Just find the right place in the program, make the appropriate change, and we'll run the whole thing again. Speech is still very complicated. Music is simpler.
Is that a question?
Yes.
The question is futile.
My interpretation of the data leaves little room for error. The art of leadership is delegation.
That information is not available. This constitutes all available data.
You know what they say, no good deed goes unpunished.
Oh, did you? You okay? Welcome to another one. Here we go again edition. Right. So I've had a rearrange of the fans today. I've got a big fan extracting heat from the room. I've got a little one just keeping me a little bit cool. Hopefully that'll be able to carry on for longer, maybe. Alright, so anyway, we'll just carry on. So, doing some more buttons, so we're just going to finish off this bit over here. Because my new one has forgot to format it correctly. It's my fault. Let's just see if we got audio. Yeah. Because my new one just forgot to format it correctly. Yeah, I can hear myself. Whether there's a lot of noise, I don't know. Hopefully not. But there will be. Anyway, let's crack on with it. I'm already coughing. So basically, I'll just switch the radio on. So I've got no shirt on today, so I've had to raise the camera a bit. Yeah, it's what, too hot. Never mind, eh? Right, let's run this up. So you'll see the problem straight away. I noticed it when I watched some of it back. Right, so there's your dots, and if I click A, B, actually that one's coming off okay, because actually we've still got a problem. Yeah, because we're not actually programming A, B on the radio. So if I turn the radio off, just turn the radio off, which is the serial still enabled. If I switch, there's no dots. So what we've got to do, also we've got to transmit the new change over to the radio, and then put the formatting right, and sort this out. It shouldn't be a whiteboard, it should be what should it be? FM should be, it should be a white background with, yeah, so it's just not doing the inner background bit properly. Excuse me. Anyway, so as soon as I switch the radio on, it's going to answer the cat command of the frequency, because I'm asking what frequency you on. So if I switch this, it's going to flinch, because I've told the display to swap, but as it cycles through and requests the frequency, the radio hasn't changed, so it's going to come back with the same one. It's going to overwrite the swap, hence the little flinch. So let's sort that out first. So what we're going to do is make sure we go into the bit that decodes the cat command, takes in the cat command, wherever that is. Where is it? Right down the bottom. Where have we gone? No, we're too busy with loads of other stuff there. Right, so I don't know where it's gone. It's actually disappeared. No, we've lost it. So where is it? I can no longer see it. Is this it? Yeah, this is it. Right, so this is the cat command. It handles the cat. So this is the event when serial data is received. God, I'm so tired. Why is that? Been out in the sun again. Right, so anyway, so read meter and then we've got to read frequency is at the top here, FA. So what's it's doing? It's updating the frequency. So if we follow this, current frequency is frequency. So if we just issue that command, once we've swapped it, we've got to write it. So we need to not update the frequency. Go to the definition, main frequency label content, spin the dial. So yeah, just updating the frequency. Okay. So it's formatting the frequency basically. So we need to issue that command from over here. So we need to find the format the frequency. So once we've swapped and we've updated the label for the frequency, that's these two here. So we need to right, so that's the frequency, so we need to issue the command here. So it needs to send that frequency to that function. It won't be able to find it, so we need to just go like this. And it's probably not a public function. No, it's private. Hang on, which one do we use? Oh no, format the frequency. So we've got to find this one. Go to the definition, public static string. So it's a static. So you can't. I've got to put in the full main window. That's it. So it's accepted that frequency information, and we just need to format it in a style. That's it. Okay, hopefully that'll be okay now. I'll just have to turn the radio off again because we haven't sent the new frequency to the radio, so it's just going to come back and wipe the frequency back off. Right, so we've got that. Now it's showing this one because we haven't actually. What we should have done is put the default frequency in, but it'll load the default one at some point. So we go A and B. There we go. And also this needs to be right justified. Both of them need to be right justified. So we need to just right justify them because I have messed around with them. Let's do that next. Right, it's not the weather for streaming, is it really? Not the weather for streaming. Okay, so we're going to go to the frequency. Main frequency, there it is. So we need to make sure the label is right justified. Horizontal alignment right, so we need to do horizontal content alignment right as well. Right, that's upset it a bit, so we need to reposition that. Let's bring that back again. So we can just drop that back. And some more. And some more. And I can't remember where it was now, so I'll go some more. What's that like? Is that okay? Possibly. Or was it something like that or that? I don't know. So the only way to know is to look at the thumbnail. So it's just level with the corner there, yeah. Okay. Yeah, similar. It's probably a bit too far over. Let's go a bit more. Yeah, we'll go there. Right, we need to do the same with the next one. We've got to align it right. There's a sub frequency. Let's just paste that in there. Of course, we've got to knock that back as well. And some more. Right, almost. And you can see it was between the two. It's about right. We'll leave it there. Okay, so we'll run that up without the radio on at the minute. Sorry about the noise. We've got fan extracting out of the room. I've got a tiny fan here just giving me a bit of coolness. Right. So the other thing is without the radio on, we defaulted to this one. So let's just turn that off a minute. Let's just go. Oh, there's your content. Okay, so that's a weird one, isn't it? So we must be doing a load. When we're loading them in, we must be not doing the format frequency. So right at the top here. So main frequency label. Oh, we're doing format frequency there. So we've got the memory slot. Current rig state is power in watts. Oh, that's 5. Text block function, right. So we're not doing it there. So when we initialize a new function menu, okay, so we're not doing it there. So we're doing a memory slot. Init the VFOs, so we need to have a look at that. Go to the definition. So main rig state, and then the frequency. We also didn't do the formatting here, so we need to just put that in there, and we need to reference main window, and that's that. We need to do the same to this one. So it'll fetch out the memory, but it needs to format it with the dots. So that's the two frequencies, the sub modes, and that. Yeah, then we got so that's sorted that out. Now swap VFOs, so that's going to be another problem. Oh, we've already got it there. We've already done it to those two. Look, that's fine. Okay, so it's just the colours now. The colour swapping is the problem. So we'll sort the colour swapping on the mode next. So we start up with the dots and we can flip from one to the other. Actually, it's working now. Why is it working now? That's weird, isn't it? So FM is Y, AM, yeah, that's right. So is it when I switch the rig on that the problem is? So let's just try it. Put the rig on, so it'll actually report back the real mode if I've gone that far with it. This is just the software mode. So yeah, it's reporting back USB. That's because I've told VFO is A. Now we've got to decide, because I've got it built into the memory. So really, I suppose we should write, when we run this, we should write either we bring the VFO from the radio into here, or the frequency that's set in the radio into the software, or we get the software to tell the radio. Now if you was listening to something on your radio, you suddenly decided to run the software for the sake of being whatever you wanted to do easier or whatever. Now you might not want it to swap the channel, you might not know where you was, so when you boot it, you should have to read from the radio. Yeah, that's it. So what we'll do, we need a function to read from the radio.
Dan's coming to the theatre.
Oh, hang on, let me just Alright. Yeah, so we probably need to read what's actually on the radio, because putting a frequency that it was last on into the radio doesn't make sense. So what we need to do is, when we initialize, we need to first read from the radio. So we're reading already what's the frequency is. So but what we aren't reading is the mode. Actually, we are reading the mode, because it's replaced the FM with the USB, which it's got the right background colour, but the white should have been blue. So there's something wrong with that mode. Now if I change the actual radio to FM, it should go white. Yeah. Now if I go CW, it's not changing the border. Okay, so that's because we've added feature to it that didn't exist before. So what we want to do is it's something to do, right, so it's something to do with, yeah, there's this bit here, we're not actually doing it. Excuse me, we're not actually doing it, so it's somewhere that reads the mode, which will be down in the handle cat function. Where is it? Is that it? Is that handle cat? No, it's serial loop. Right, I need to get rid of some of this stuff, abstract it away so I can just find this stuff easy. We'll have to do that at some point. Right, here's the handle cat. So it's so the read meter. So it's not that. So it's down a bit lower. Mode. This is the mode. So it's saying rig mode. Right, so we're updating the rig mode here. Now this function doesn't know anything about the new way of doing it, so I need to use this function and reference this function instead of referencing a hard-coded settings thing. So let's see what this does. Right, so actually it is actually rig state change. So rig mode, miniature display rig mode label, update rig modes. Right, don't know what that is. What's the miniature display? Oh, sorry, yeah, it's shouldn't write that really. I should just say label. So we're creating a rig mode class. Change the rig mode. So there's something there. So what does that do? Let's have a look at that. Right, it's actually selecting rig mode from this. So it looks like it ought to have done it, really. Yeah, it looks like it ought to have done it. But then we're going content. For some reason we've got it in here as well, hard coded. Background and foreground. So why are we doing it twice? Let's have a look. So background, yeah. So we're setting it from there. So I shouldn't be doing it twice. So for some reason I'm doing it there and again here. Background colour, foreground colour. So that's the label. Yeah, okay, so we're doing it twice. And we're passing in the rig mode is that. So it's, yeah, so we're doing it twice. Are we doing it twice or are we just getting a colour? Let me have a look. Can't remember. So, we're creating a rig mode, a totally separate rig mode, and we're passing it back as a return type. So that's it. So we're just setting it. We're setting it there. We're passing the whole class back as a return type, and then we're making the actual rig mode label that was passed in equal this. So solid coloured brush, that's the rig mode. So we're doing it there. So the miniature display, that's the main display. So we're doing miniature as well. Okay, so I don't quite get that. So that shouldn't be saying miniature. But let me just go back to the main. So rig mode label, miniature. Oh, we're doing both. So what do I mean by miniature? I don't know now. Let's have a look. So main frequency, and we've got main rig mode label. Then we've got sub. So we must be on about the one that we switched to after. Yeah, so we're not interested in that really at the minute, so we'll leave that one alone. Yeah, so we're updating the rig mode, and we just happen to be doing the other screen as well. Main rig mode label, miniature display rig mode label, yeah. So we're just passing in the two labels we want to change. So we'll go into this, and we're changing the one. No, we're not. Rig mode, yeah, we're changing that one directly, then we're doing the miniature one. Yeah, that's fine. And it should be the same information again, yeah, that's right. Just updating two separate labels, one's available on a different screen, and the main one. So, if that's the case, so there must be a problem with my update rig mode. Go to definition. Now it's USB, change rig mode, it must be that. Go to the definition. So here's your rig mode, so we've got none. It's when it's SSB, Dodger blue, yeah, and white. And if we're on FM, it's white and black. So something's happening which I don't understand. Let's have a look. So actually the background's changing, but not the border colour. So that's a strange one, isn't it? So if we go A, B, we've got FM, that's not changing that one, is it? Because that's actually reading the radio. The radio still, unless we set it, it'll actually, yeah. So I'm only swapping the VFO here in the software, but I'm not writing the value to the radio, so I should do that really, it would get confusing. So it's now that border should be, so I see what's happening. So because the VFO thinks it's FM, but it's actually being overwritten by the mode that's being picked up in here. So update rig mode. There's nothing else in there. Oh, right. So it's this. Okay. So somewhere in here, it's going a bit wrong. So go to the definition. It's only when it reads it back. I must have a conflicting thing somewhere. So change rig mode, go to the definition. So it's definitely got the colours Dodger white. And it is changing the back, that's the background, it is changing but not the border. So we're changing the background colour. But we should have we've bound it. I'm sure we bound it. We bound the back. Let's go up to the rig, change rig mode. Main rig mode. Right, so I bound, can't see it from here, but display 3 character border style. If we go into there. No, I haven't bound this one. So that the label is bound to the border. Yeah. So what I need to do is, instead of changing the label background, I need to change the border background. I thought I was doing that already. So let's have a look at that again. So display. Right, so the border, hang on, gets complicated. What have I done with my window? It's gone. Main window's gone again. Right, so my border, that's the border, and that's the rig mode. So I shouldn't be changing rig mode, I should be changing border. So I'm changing, I'm just setting colours there. So if I go back, no, go to that. So somewhere back over to here, update the rig mode. So I'm passing in the label. Yeah, so I need to update the text. So that's why I'm only passing the label in. I need the border. So if we go into here, right, so we're passing in the labels. You can't change the colour of the label because we need to change the colour of the border. But I need the name to go into the label. So we do need the name of the border as well. So we need the label for the name, but then we need the border for the colour. So let's just do that now. So we're going to go border, rig, mode, border. Okay, and do that. And we want another border, which is min mature display rig mode border. Okay, so we're passing, we need to pass the two borders in as well. Shame. Okay, so then we change the background of the border. So we want rig mode border background. That's what we want to change. The foreground doesn't need to be changed on that, although no, yeah, it does. No, there is no foreground on it, so that's wrong as well. Oh no, it's the label foreground. Yeah, that's right. So it's only that one we need to change, and this one. That's all we need to change, because once we change the border background, it's the label background is bound to the parent border background, so it'll automatically do it. So what we're going to do now is find, where's it gone? So we want that border to be passed in. So if we run it, compile it, it's going to fail, but it'll tell us where it's failed and where we've got to put it in. Yeah, so it needs an argument in there. So it needs the first one, and then it needs the sub, the other mode. Right, so we don't know where that is. So it's somewhere else inside a... Where is it? We've got to find the miniature one. There it is. Miniature mode we want. Here it is. That's the one. So we want to pass that one in with that. Just there. And it should go away. Miniature display, rig mode. Oh, it's a grid. That's the wrong one. Hold on a second. Oh, we're on a grid, are we? Why? Oh, we're in a different style. Rig mode, grid. That's weird. So we're on a grid there, and we're on a border on the other one. But how have we got a rounded rectangle? that can't. Oh, I know what it is, because we're not in the right one. So let's just, oh, hang on. So we'll go with it. We'll have to change this to this can't be a border, it's got to be a grid, because we'll have to update it's a secondary smaller display. So miniature background, that'll do it, but that won't be bound then. I don't think I've bound that one. We'll have to find out. So we'll pass that one in. I shouldn't complain any longer. Let's just build that, see if you can run it. It's the trouble with working for two different size displays for different areas. So it's built okay. So we'll go in over here and we'll find that one. It's probably just a square instead of a. So this is the main display, and that's it. We've got rid of the borders now bound to that. So we'll go A, B. That'll only bring back what's in the display. Saw it glitch there slightly before it read it from the radio. Now if we go into this one, so that's a square. So all this has got to be updated anyway, so to reflect the other setting. So we'll have to make that into a border eventually, or we could just do it now. But that means I'll be working on this instead of working what the thumbnail says. So I'll leave that for now. Right. Okay. Yeah. So that's okay. So what we're going to do now is that's fetching the frequency. So if we do A and B, we've got to write that frequency into A as we switch it, and also write the mode into A, or VFO A. Sorry, yeah. We need. So if we're swapping, we need to also write whatever's on that VFO being brought in from the radio into this one as we press swap. It gets quite complicated. It's not too complicated, it's just a little bit complicated. So if you turn the radio off, of course, right, and we do A, B, it's doing AM is green, white, it's doing everything as it should be. And obviously if that's AM and you go to this one, that's still on CW. Why is that? Because I'm not changing the text of it. That's weird. Strange. I'm only doing the colour. I don't know what I'm doing there. Oh, it's a different label. Yeah, so we're not in this. We're not sending the miniature. So we've got the label needs to be changed. We're not actually doing that. We should be doing that if we're doing the border. So we need to actually. Are we sending? Update rig mode. So we've got the miniature, and the miniature just we've got the label. So we're doing the border, but it hasn't got a border. Miniature rig mode border. So the border has it, but it needs to be the label as well. So, but we haven't got a border. I thought we said we hadn't got a border. Let's have a look. This can send you insane. So miniature rig mode. It's a grid. So I'm passing in. I'm telling it's a grid, but it's still called a border. Very confusing. I'll tell you what. Shall we just tell you what? I don't want to work on that, but it needs to be changed, doesn't it? Okay. Tell you what we'll do then. We'll keep that as a border. We'll just quickly change it to a border, and everyone's happy. Apart from this bit. So we need to go here and change this grid to a border. Okay. So I've changed it to a border. We've got to rename this to border. Okay, and we can't bind it because it's, yeah, it needs to be done. So this is trouble. You got to. What I should have done is scrapped the small display and rewritten it. So we've got work to do on that. I suppose we could, yeah, we could bind it in. So where are we? Right, so styles. Here it is, border style. That's the label, which is tied in with the border. So it's that border we need to attach to a label. So has it got a border style? It hasn't. So it's still loose. So miniature display. So we want another one really. So we want a. We want to copy these, but we need another. Because obviously all the font size and everything's changed. Just trying to think, do we need to change it? Do we want a smaller one or do we want a bigger one? Tell you what, we'll leave them as is. If they look corrupt, we don't care because we're going to look at it anyway and standardise it. So, right, we're going to go over to this then, and we need to find that. Where we've got one of these borders and a function, so we're just going to copy those two out, and they should have a. No, that hasn't got one. Hang on. Right, this will have one. Yeah. So we're just going to copy that out of there, just to use the settings. So we've got to scroll back up to the top. Find these miniature things again. Could even be further down. Who knows where they are? Here they are. So you've got frequency, layer, power control mode. Right, so we need to put. I'll just copy that there. What we need to do is copy the static style over to replace this one, and we need the font style over to get rid of all. This is all going to go a bit wrong, but never mind. So we've got that, we can get rid of this one now, we just want it for the information. Right, we're okay. Now, what's it going to look like? We've still got a problem passing in the grid. It should be called border now again. At least the rest of the code is okay, so we can run this up and we'll just take a quick look at what's gone on. It's probably made it big and blue, and it'll be bleeding over. Not this screen, it'll be bleeding over. Yeah, so it's just over there and it hasn't got its background properly set. If I do that, it's not really affecting it. Okay, so we've got to work on that, but we're not working on that today. So we're swapping like that. The radio's off, so that's working. But when we swap, we need to write the command to the radio to change the frequency and the mode. So at least if we did that while we're changing, that would be great. Give me a second. I do. Sorry about that. Welcome, Grenade Thrower 662. Good name. Grenade Thrower 662. Number of the beast. Yeah. Do we need another display if this one comes out? I don't know what that is. I don't know what you mean. Another display. I don't know what you've heard, but if you've heard anything, but this is not a display. It's a bit of software. It's a bit of software that you can plug it into your radio. If you've got only any good if you've got an FT-891. May be partially functional with other radios. So it's not a display as such, although you don't change anything in the radio. You're just going to remote control the radio from here instead of reaching up with your hand up here and operating that. You can operate it off your computer. And also going to have a little clear drop down panel here, a rectangle with all your login information. You click log and it's transparent to the radio. It just hangs underneath it when you select it, like a little drop down list here, a little drop arrow. A transparent window comes open. It allows you to quickly log whatever's on here straight to QRZ. Yeah, it's a lot of this is reinvent the wheel. I'm late to it, but I've been on other projects. I'm late to the, what is it called? Late to the thing. But I've seen a few other tools, and I haven't seen anything that looks like a radio. I've seen stuff that looks like a Windows form, very crude. It looks like about 30-year-old Windows XP kind of Windows 95 looking window. So I want to make it like I go from an FT-710 to this one. So it's been nice to know where everything's going to be. So the last thing I want to do is look around trying to find a function or trying to see. I'd just rather keep it stylized like YAESU's new range of radios. So breathing a bit of life into the old radio, even though it's a fantastic little radio. And I'd go portable with it. I'm going to build some stuff in, like find me a clear frequency. You click a little button, find me a clear frequency, you know, or find me the best one with the less bleed over, or the one with the adjacent channels that are clearest, so I don't get bled over, you know, and things like that. And while you're idle on it, it could be automatically generated. It's going to do a sweep of the frequency. So you could have a little list that gets refilled, populated list. So it populates it from free frequencies. That, as it's doing, we're going to do the simulated waterfall, which is gathering information, historic, and it's scrolling off on a timeline. So that is the data we're going to use to historically see if there's any activity on channels. There's not so much we can do. Maybe I haven't really checked other software. I should have done, but I haven't. So whether somebody's done similar, I don't know, or whether they've just scratched the surface, I don't know. So anyway, I want this for my own use. So make it for my own use. I'm live streaming it because I live stream everything I do. Anything I'm working on, I live stream it. You know, if you look back at my back videos, you can see I live stream anything. Some of it's interesting for people. Some of it's too niche. Some of it's not so niche, like this is not so niche, even though it's programming a cat control. But a lot of amateur radio people, they know about cat control. Well, I never knew anything about it up until recently. But I do write programs for years, so, and I've wrote a 14-year program in this same environment I'm writing this in, so although I'm a bit rusty on some stuff, but I've got my main program as a reference material, so if you ever get too stuck, but you've got ChatGPT and Gemini and Claude, is it? I've not used Claude, I don't know about Claude yet, so they're there to help you as well. But so I've got working example code in my main project, which was writing from 2012 up until about sort of 20, I suppose. Yeah, a couple of years ago. I always do little bits, but I mean, I've pretty much got it to where I want it, so I haven't done much else on it. It's sort of a stagnant thing at the minute. I set up a business just to manufacture and distribute the main controller board to go with the software, but no good at marketing, so I've managed to penetrate the mainstream on it. It's too niche, people don't understand it, I can't explain what it is. They'll say, what does it do? And it's a platform, so as soon as you say platform, they go, a platform? What's a platform? Train platform. So anyway, but you've got to be talking to like-minded people who can understand it, and it's very difficult to impact the marketplace, you know. It's difficult. So anyway, so I put that, I still keep the company going. I don't know why, it costs me money out of my day job to keep it running, but anyway, that's another story. But I'm busy on my day job, so the day job I do is basically a similar thing to what I make. I base stuff, when I install stuff, I see what a hash people have made of some of the stuff in the past, and just makes me want to try and do a better job of it. But you know, so a lot of companies, they'll create a little bit of software, and once it gets, they pay someone to do it. Once it's functional, that's the end of it. And they lose track with the original programmers. They get the uploads and that's it, and the updates are little or far between, and nobody really understands the code anymore, so it just goes stale basically. And as long as the shareholders are making money, they don't want nobody to touch anything. Mine was supposed to be cutting edge, supposed to be cutting edge, as in smart technology, Internet of Things, so following the latest trends, which a lot of companies, once they start making money, they don't want to touch any software, they want to leave it as it is and keep making money. And if they're scared to bring any new change, they think, no, leave it alone, it's making money. So anyway, I know firsthand on some of it. I had to put a feature request in the past, and I said, they might be bringing that feature out in a year or 2 years. So you wait, nothing. No, they don't bring it out. So that's what inspired me. Well, I thought, rather than wait indefinitely, I'd make my own version. So I programmed my own access control, but it's really a ESP32 Arduino Atmel 2560 platform, or Pi Pico. It's a platform for controllers. It's not just it's multiple platforms. So I've built my own command and control protocol, own scripting language, and did a lot of work with it, and I still do a lot of work with it now, and I still run it up every now and again. And we've got voice recognition built in, playback wave sounds, audio sounds. You could do all sorts of. I had a lot of ideas for it. Well, because I couldn't get any exposure with it. Nobody knew it exists. So you can create all of the best stuff in the world, but you can't. If nobody knows it exists, you're wasting your time basically. And to get it needs marketing. You need to go on a marketing course, and then you need to plow money into it and all sorts of stuff. But that's no guarantee. No guarantee, but it makes for a good portfolio anyway. It makes for a good portfolio. So if anyone wants to see what you've done, you say, well, go and have a look. Here is the software I made. I made it from nothing. It was made from nothing. Starting, there's firmware and there's desktop software, and it starts from nothing. And I created the whole thing without any external pay controls or anything like that. It uses just open source libraries, or you create your own, or whatever you want to do. Open source stuff. So, but now everything's changed. You've got ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude, and whatever else, and they'll have a good old go at making anything. So, well, that's not bad. That's a good thing. So I can put any algorithm I've created in there. If you know, the idea was to get it up to a stage where you could work it and maybe put a few systems in, and then just tinker with it and adjusting the parameters, adjusting stuff and making it better, but without getting any purchase or getting any headway in the market, as there's no real point in putting more work. I spent 14 years doing it, so you're not gonna only so many cold showers a person could take. Anyway, so people are going to go back to what they know. Doesn't matter. You could go down with the latest product, and if they've been fitting a certain product for years, they're just going to default back to that product, unless you're in their face all the while. Or it can sell itself. It's so good it can sell itself. So I tried to build that in to make it sell itself, but you still got to get exposure. And I thought about attending a few shows with all the systems set up, and cost money, cost a lot of money. You got to push for it, and we've had some bad luck over the years. We've had 2008, we had the economy crashing, and we had the 2019 the pandemic, and so on and so forth, and the cost of living crisis. So all I do is just keep it running, and it doesn't make any money. It just costs me money off my day job. And slowly, the price to keep it going is going up and up and up. So anyway, I keep it going, but it doesn't do any trade. So what can you say? Anyway, that's a story about software. But this one's a whole new ball game. This one is. This one is actually just doing it because I want to create it, and don't know why. I mean, I'm just put a lot of effort in. Well, I've had some good feedback so far. People saying it looks great, all the rest of it. So I'll keep on going until we fill these buttons up and got a basic function like a real radio. And once we get to that point, then we can do some nice stuff with it. We use it as a building block for other stuff. So all you got to do is take your laptop with you, which I take my laptop when I go on holiday or anywhere like that. I always take me, if you're staying away, take my laptop. I've got my LiPo 4 battery, and I've got my tuner and my 891 antennas and mag mount, so I could take the whole thing with me. I could run this software up on a laptop, do my login, log it to QRZ, and do a bit of see how far we get down by the beach, that kind of stuff. And scan the band, see what's around, do some stuff. All it is you plug it in, you plug your laptop in with a USB lead in the back of the radio. That's it. That's all this one needs. And if you're quiet in your vehicle on your laptop, well, the microphone will pick up your radio Morse code, and it will try and decode it. Let's try and decode it here. So built-in decoder. I'm going to put built-in slow scan television, maybe fast scan, I don't know. So it will read a bitmap picture, and you can go around and sniff out. Maybe we can do stuff. I don't know how they send the satellite stuff. I don't know what frequencies, but this one will only go up to 50 megahertz. So maybe receive will go high. I don't know. I haven't tried it. So anyway, there's a lot to it. So do we need another display if this comes out? I don't know what that means, but anyway. Right, let's crack on. Let's have a drink. So where did we get to? I don't know. I don't know where we got to. So, yeah, I don't know where we got to. Forgot now. Let's have a look. So, yeah, we managed to put that in there. Yeah, so we want to write to the radio. So I'll turn the radio on. We want to, when we swap the VFL, we need to write to the radio. So we've already got commands that write to the radio. So what we'll do is we'll go up to. I could do with this being moved to a different function, really. Yeah, I think we'll, because there's too much to scroll through here. So the serial port stuff and the handle cat will move to a separate. So let's create, and I've got serial routines, but in it multiple serial ports. We don't want them. We just want to keep it clean. So let's create another class. So what we're going to do is, it won't be cat command. It'll just be handling. It's a cat handling the cat. But it's the serial port ultimately that's sending the data back and forth. And the cat handle cat is an event driven when it receives data off the serial ports. So we've got to think of a name for this one. So we'll move everything from the serial port into here. So I'll tell you what we'll call it. We'll call it FT-891 serial port. There we go. We've made it specifically for that one now. That's going to give me a new class. Set public. Right. So we're going to move everything into this. So we need to create a constructor for a start. So let's create a constructor. Right, so the first constructor. So we'll move everything to do with the serial port over into here from. What have I done with it? It's gone off the screen. Let me just get rid of style so we can see it again. So we'll start by going at the top here. So this public static serial port we're going to have to move to. We'll cut that out and put it in here. There's your serial port. Okay. It's just that main window. I'm scrolling up and down it, wasting time trying to find stuff. So we'll get that out of there, and we'll want to. Right, we don't need that one, so we'll leave that one alone. And we're going to go start up, open the port. So we'll leave that there because that's just a command. So the actual open port will be somewhere down here. That's serial loop. So where is the open port? I don't think we've got an open port, so that must be part of the port. Right, Windows open port. So it is a. Hang on, let's go to the definition. Yeah, it is here. So this is initializing the serial port. So right, we'll move that over to this new one. So there's the main constructor. So we'll open the port. So we'll do it from the constructor here. Open the port. And we need to go back to we're going to have to put we've got to put the ability for the radio to select a port, so we're going to have to deal with that as well. So we'll go back to open port. Where are you? Keep going, come on, you can do it. See what I mean by scrolling everywhere. Right. So we're not going to initialize it from there, we're going to do it from over here now. So we're going to put this one in here. And it won't be COM8, so we're going to have to pass in the COM port. So we'll even make this open up a COM port eventually, but right, we'll pass it in for now. So string COM port name. So mine happens to be COM8, which is hard coded. That's no good. Sometimes it doesn't. I'll move off it. Right, there we go. So open COM port name. So we're doing all that. Okay. So we're going to open the COM port. Now it hasn't got the on data receive. So that's over here. Now going back now, we've moved it out of there. Right, serial task, I don't know what that is, so we have to move some of that as well. Cancellation token, yeah, we'll sort all that out. So it doesn't know what port is now, so first thing we need to fix that. So when we initialize the start up, we've got to do the first thing we need to do is an FT-891 serial port. So we're going to go underscore port. So we need to bring that actually up here. So we'll put it back over here. So it's a serial port. So we'll just call it port like that, and we'll initialize it down here. So port equals, it's not really, it's actually, we'll call it, yeah, we'll just call it port for now, equals a new FT-891 serial port. We'll pass in the name of the COM port, COM8. Now, I think it needs it like that. Let's try it like that if it doesn't find it. So that's initializing the COM port. And we've made port, hang on, we need to make it a static. So a public, hang on, something's happening here. Public static serial port, so it's available from anywhere. So we're initializing it from here, but so we can access it from this main port. So always get to it. So this is a problem now, because we said port, it's expecting a serial port. It can't convert from serial port to, yeah. So what we want to do is over here, actually we've got a serial port there, so we need to do a bit of a thing here. So we're probably doing that wrong there, actually. Let's have a look. So we've got our FT9 serial port, so we're sending the thing into the constructor, that's fine. Now it doesn't know what this port is, so we've got to either return a port. So yeah, we can do that. What we'll do is we'll go this. I don't know if it lets us do it with static, we'll try it. This port equals, no, that's not going to work, is it? No, it's not like how we do it, so we're not passing the port in. Yeah, I think we need to pass the port in. Yeah, of course. We can either put this, initialize this, so that's initializing a constructor for this thing. Yeah, no problem, mate, no problem. Yeah, I don't know what you meant, really. Unless you're thinking this is to replace the one that's on there. It's not. I don't know. Yeah, I hope the audio is okay. Got a lot of fans on. Let me just have a quick listen. Replace the one that's on there. Yeah, seems okay. Yeah, yeah. So we're going to reference that, but the serial port is not being. It's actually been sent there. So this port. So we need to make that a field. That's a field. Public static field. So yeah. So all we've got to do is go like this. Put that in there and go port. That's it. So really this is not port. So what we want to do is change that name to right, so we'll call it it's FT-891 serial port. But you can't have the same name, so you've got to either lowercase it or underscore. We'll just put underscore like that. We only need it once. We still need the object, but we need the port side of it. So that'll do. So we'll this is just to initiate, to run it up and initiate the constructor. You pass it in that, so it'll open the port up. Then we've just got to put that into every other port command. But we're going to move a lot of the stuff into there anyway. I'm Stephen, by the way. Oh, hi Stephen. Nice to see you, Stephen. Yeah, we've had a lot of new followers, so forgive me if you've been on before and my mind's can't. Short-term memory's rubbish. I think I've recognised. I think you've been on before, unless you are you new to the channel? Yeah, we got all sorts watching this. Some programmers, they give help, and then they nobody's actually criticised yet to say, oh, you're doing that the wrong way. So fair play. And there's loads of ways to do the same thing with programming. You know, so many different ways of doing it. I don't do it full time. I do it in my spare time. So, have I ever done programming as a profession? Only for myself, in my own company. That's it. And to be fair, I did most of it before I started the company up. Anyway, yeah, it was. Yeah, I had to get a head start. I had to design a whole new platform access control from nothing. And other people in the industry, companies, mainstream, they've been developing it for years. So I had to catch up rather quickly. But anyway, that's another rant for a different day. Yeah. So let's carry on moving this over. So we fixed that thing there. So we need to move anything to do with the serial port over to there. So let's find some more serial port stuff. Alright, here's your serial loop. That's definitely got to go over, because what we're trying to do is be able to get to this quickly. There's some more serial stuff. Stop serial. and when we're unloaded we've got to turn that into a stop serial, which you'll have to find. Let's cut all this out and push it into this one. Okay, so they're there now. Some of this stuff is not being recognised, so we've got to try and repair that. Okay, so we'll have to go back over to here. So that'll have to be FT-891 serial port dot. Right, so we've got that working straight away, and should be able to do that one straight away. Okay, now we want some of these parameters. Serial task, yeah, some of this cancellation stuff. I think that's all we need out of there. So cut that out of there, put it over here, onto there. So this comma port is equal to, no, we don't need to do that at all. Let's not do that, not necessary. Right, so on data received, that is still in the main one. Right, serial port, we'll get rid of that after. That's part of the dispatch timer, which we're not using. It turned out not to be of use, so let's just get rid of it. And always put it back another day. That's no good, it takes too long to respond. So what we want now is, that's part of the decoder. That's got to be moved as well. All this CW decoder has got to be moved over into its own class. So Windows closing, test rig state. That's just a test. Next serial port packet. So I don't know what that's doing there. Oh, that's the old one for the old way of doing it. That's me testing something out. I don't think that's being used. Find all references is without reference, so we don't need it. So loaded, stop. Right, so go down, update the meter. None of that is serial port stuff. Spin the dial, none of that. Right, this buffer and on data received, this is all got to go over in that other one. Format frequency is not a serial port thing, so we're going to put this down in here, and okay, now the handle cat is missing, so we've got to go and find the handle. Oh, there's the handle cat there. So these format frequencies, they've got to go into a function class, put them all together. Right, this is the main one. We need to move out. Yeah, that's it. So we're going to cut that out of there and put it down here. And then our next job is to get it all working again. Now we've moved it out of here, so console debug. So we'll have to go over to here first, have a look at console debug, which is at the top. Down here, it's a public static class, so we've just got to reference main window. That's it, so we've just got anything with a red line we've got to fix. So all this is main window, so it doesn't like that, so we're gonna have to make that a main window. Yeah, no, that's not it. We need to pass it in. Right, we'll leave that then. Leave those two. What else can we fix? Set color, set rig LED color. Yeah, so let's go to the top. Let's fix it from the top down. So there's another one. that needs main window. And update rig mode, that's going to be main window. That rig mode is probably not a public class, so let's just go and do what we can do for now, because if we get lost, we'll get lost in it if we're not careful. I need to eliminate some stuff we can get rid of. That's easy enough to get rid of. And some more easy stuff. Right, and another one. Right, dispatcher invoke. Right, so we need to bring the dispatcher. So we need to bring threading into the input, threading into it. Send cat. So there's some functions that we need to bring over as well. They need to be in here, anything to do with cat. So let's just keep going. Yeah, there is dragging serial loop, so maybe that can be main window. Yep. And I've got some more here. Slowly get rid of the problems. Right, frequency A. These are some serial port commands, so they could come into the serial port. Oh, they're cat commands really, aren't they? Yeah, so we've got a dictionary of cat commands, and in here we've got certain things. I've got a cat command. Oh, there's a send cat in there. It's actually in this one anyway, so we just need to reference this one. So to do that, we've got to do right, so they're in this cat dictionary. Right, so if we put in yeah, that'll do the trick. So that's even better. Oops. Right, okay. We could just put using if we want, but I'd rather know where it's coming from. It tells us whereabout it is. I mean, we could just include it at the top, but then we'll want to get to it, we'll be lost unless we look at the top. Right, so now transceiver state, that's going to be, here it is. So the transceiver state, now it's nothing to do with the serial port class or the dictionary. Now it's to do with the rig states, so we could move that over into rig states really. Maybe transceiver state. Let's have a look, see if it can be moved in here. Now we'll leave it in main, we'll leave it there, so we'll just tell it where it is. So main window, because the main window is the rig, if you know what I mean. And as long as we're getting rid of most of it out there. Alright, so the idea is to get rid of all these red lines. Alright, dispatcher invokes. It doesn't know what dispatcher is, so go over to the main window. Threading. Yeah, you got threading and threading. So let's try. Oh, we're not using those, so we're using this one. And I don't think that's a good enough one to use. So I think we've probably. Oh, it's got threading here. Right, so that's weird. So which one is it using then? Collections input. Alright, so it doesn't like it. So what doesn't it like? What's it say? Executes an action asynchronous in the object reference is required for a non-static field, method or property, dispatcher invoke action. Right, okay. So it worked all right on the main one. Why does it not like it now? Go to definition. So, okay. So an object reference is required. Execute specific action. Dispatcher invoke action. Object reference is for a non-static field. Method or property, don't know what that is. Let's have a look over here, see if we're doing anything here. No, there's nothing there. So, no. Right, so we need to ask ChatGPT. It's getting warm again. Let's open the door a little bit. Right, let's just get this in here. It's probably having trouble with this after moving it to a class from main window. C# Windows Presentation Foundation. That usually breaks because it's tied to the UI thread, and when you use move code, you move code out of the main with the new class no longer has a direct access to main window dispatcher. Alright, so you can do it by application current dispatcher, pass the dispatcher into the class. Okay, then, okay, we could do it that way. What's the top answer? Alright, handle cat, so we could just do that. If the code still needs to run on the UI thread, if you want to keep it explicit, well, I'll just do that, I think. Right, so I'll just do that. Right, so it's not liking that. Application does not exist in the current context. Got it. Just namespace issue. System using Windows. Right, okay. System using using system Windows. Okay, so maybe I just needed that in the first place. So do we need that? Yeah, we need it. Okay, so that's that like gone. What else? Current frequency, update frequency. So that's in the main window, so let's just do main window dot update the frequency due to its protection level, so we need to find update window. Update window, where are you? Update window, where are you? Update the meter. what does it say? Update frequency, not update window. Update the meter. Bloody hell, this is a problem. Here it is. So public. So make these all public. So we want to do right, so it doesn't know what current frequency is. Okay, so that's going to have to be changed at some point. And window dot current frequency. That's the trouble when you move something around. Don't have a current. Oh, there it is. Public. You can make them static. Okay, so they should be accessible now. Right, what's this doing? Object reference is required for a non-static field. Update frequency. Alright, update frequency. Where are you? Not there. Public void. Okay, so it wants. I don't think we passed main window into it. We didn't pass main window into it yet. No, so it won't know anything about main window. So I could just make it static. Oh, now these are all thrown out. Okay, so we won't do that. We'll have to pass main window in the constructor when we set it up. Right, where are you? Here it is somewhere. Here it is, so we need to pass this in. Oh no, that's not it. This one. So we're gonna go okay, so it's a window. Is it the main window? Yeah, main window. So we're gonna go right, so main window dot main window, and this dot main window equals main window. Okay, so now I've got main window. Right, so we need to pass in this. Right, what's it saying? Identifier expected. Oh. I put a comma, a dot instead of a comma. There we go. So hopefully that's all fine. So we get down to main window. So we've got to change that for lowercase m. Right, still doesn't know what that is. A name type instead. Current frequency. Current frequency. There it is. Static. Right. So we want main main window, yeah, and this one needs to be, this is crazy, yeah, crazy, it's one way of doing it. So that's it. Okay, so I want, no, it's not that, what's it that? Bar graph rectangle. An object reference is required for a non-static field. Main window, bar graph rectangle. Okay. No, doesn't like that, so where are we going? Let's find out bar graph rectangle. So we've got to find bar graph rectangle. Right, find in files. So we got bar graph rectangle. Right, there it is. So it's part of the main window, so why doesn't it like it? I don't get it. Let's just build it. Alright. So it needs an object reference. So, oh, it's taking it now, but this is not taking it. Cannot be accessed with instance a name type instead. Oh, there you go. God. Right. Very finicky. Okay, get S meter. Okay, so we'll try main window first. Update the meter. Update the meter, update the meter, update the meter. Oh, this is going to have to be moved at some point. Right. Update Tranceiver needs to be updated. Update Tranceiver, where is it? Yeah, there it is. Private. Public. Okay. Alright, so it's not liking that. That's okay. It's monotonous when you want to clear up some space. We're not actually getting any programming done. We're just Yeah, we're not getting any programming done. Okay, there's more again. Okay, oh, we've got to the end. We've got to the end, so let's see if we can... That's okay in there, but there'll be some problem in here. More than likely, yeah. Port does not exist, so we need to find the real name for port, which is that one. And just pop that in there with a dot. And there. Send cat. Well, that's in the other one now. Oh well. Oh, it's already put that there. What am I doing? What's it not liking? Well, with a name type instead. Right, so it doesn't know where that is. Should do. What's going on? I don't get it. Port. Oh, it's a static, right, okay. Yeah, so we need to do not that one, but that one. Yeah, that's it. That's the one. Take off that one, yeah, come. You get a lot of this kind of rubbish going on. So it's because it's static, you don't access it by its variable names. Just a few ways of accessing it. Already wants to put it in, though. It's highlighting it, but why doesn't it? Right, stop serial port. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff everywhere. It offers it up, but I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Press tab. Yeah, okay, that's what you do. Press tab if it offers it up. Main window, so it's not main window anymore, it's that one. That one, because we've moved it. We've moved it. Oh, I've got a few more, couple more. So hopefully we can run the program once again, because we broke it. So if somebody wanted to see it, we pretty much add it at that point. Right, so now we can run the program again. And nothing really should have been changed, apart from we're freeing up the space. Right, let's change that from CW to sideband. The fan's that noisy I can't actually hear the static. Oh, that's probably because I'm switched over to another radio. There you go. Yeah. Right, so we still haven't managed, after all that, we still haven't done anything, so still flicking back. So we need to program it with the USB and the frequency. So swap it, then program it straight away. So I'll tell you what we'd have to do. That's going to have to be cleverly done, because if we swap it and then program it, it could read it back before it's been set. We'll have to try it. Right, so let's just get rid of that a minute. So we've got that, save all that. Right, so we need to get over to the cat command. So now we can get to the serial loop and the on received data. Okay, I'll leave that there for a bit. Right, so handle the cat. So here's the cat command. So really we want these two both together. The serial loop and the cat command, we want the same space. So what's this bit? Open port. So really we could, I'll leave that there, and we'll bring all this can go down the bottom. On received data can go down the bottom. The handle the cat will bring it up. We'll bring that one up. We'll bring it up over here, which is serial loop. The serial loop is what sends it, and this bit is what receives the command back. So at least we can get to it quickly. Yeah, we'll get to it quickly. So right, so we need to find the bit that sets the frequencies, and that's done by we can find it on one of these inputs. So we need to find the list view. Tell you what, I'll do it from in here. So go to the tab control, and we go to the search part, which is station scope, and the list view. When you get that's a numeric up down, you want the list view, station scope list view. Here it is. So there's the preview, mouse left button down. So go to this definition, and this is when we click it, it'll set the frequency, update the frequency. So yeah, so we can click it. So that update the frequency is what we're after. Set frequency. So I wonder what these are doing. So let's have a look what these are doing again. Update the frequency. So that's spinning the dial, changing the labels. So it's just doing physical stuff now. This set frequency is the one that's actually doing the set cat command. Yeah. So we need to do both of them probably. Set RF gain. Now we just want to copy them two out of there. Now where do we put them? We need to go into the AB button. Mouse down, go to the definition. So there's swap BFOs, so we need to go to that function. So yeah, once we've done with swapping the frequency here, we need to then change the labels. So we need to actually, we can suspend the serial while we're doing this and switch it back on again. So that'll be an idea, so we don't automatically get inundated before we've sent it. So we need to find so try get the slot, current occupier, rig state, memory slot, VFO. Okay, so when we swap it, we want current occupier of sub. Oh, that's just, yeah, we don't want that, we want the sub rig state. So okay, so we're gonna have to reference main window dot, and this is gonna have to be we need one for the main rig state, and we want the RX frequency, that's it, and we want main window dot set the frequency not accessible, so we need to find that. Set frequency is not accessible, we need to make it public. Alright, so private, so it needs to be public. There we go. Okay, so that's not that, was it? Where were we? I don't know where he was now. Memory slot, there we go. So this one will be main rig state dot and the frequency again. So what we'll need to do is issue a pause command, a stop. So we need to find the stop, temporarily stop and stop the serial loop. Actually, yeah, stop that serial loop. So once we've got the info, we need to stop the serial loop, and between set frequency, has that already got its own wait? Has it got its own wait command? Send the cat. So hang on, go to the definition. It's already got is it waiting? No, it's going, there's no delay. See, await task delay. Serial loop. So we're sending it without. Well, we've got a task delay here when we're doing the serial loop. Yeah, that's fine. So send cat. We're not got a wait state in there. There's another one there. No, so we're not actually waiting. So we're sending it straight away without a. We're not waiting at all. So it's worked up until now. So maybe we don't need to wait. But if we do, we'll just put a wait command in there. Yeah. Right. Anyway, we'll leave that as it was. So we'll go over to here. So we're stopping the serial but loop. No, it's not going to work, is it? Let's not stop anything. Let's just try it first. So now that sets the main frequency only. So it won't set the VFO. Alright, I don't know what's going to happen. Let's give it a go. Got no shirt on today. Right, so if I press A, B, what is going to happen? Actually, it's swapped over. USB. Oh, we didn't do mode yet. We didn't set mode, we only set a frequency. So if I swap again, what will happen? So it's not taking the mode with it, it's reading the mode that's on the radio. So we need to swap the mode as well. So we've got command that automatically does this here, function. So I don't know if we've got one that's called set mode. No, I don't think we've implemented set mode yet. Right, so let's have a quick look up here. Let's just page up. So mouse wheel, left mouse button down, selection change, quick menu, left button down, set RF gain. So it's only changing the mode from the rig. So we need to give it a command to change mode. I don't think we've ever done anything from the radio, the software to the radio, of changing mode. We've only gone from the radio to the software. Power button. So I'm pretty sure we haven't done anything there. No, so we need to create a function that changes the mode. Unless I've already made one. We got get mode, but we're not using it though. But we've got get mode, and we've got read meter, signal meter, set the frequency, update the transceiver state, get the S meter integer, format the frequency, spin the dial, update the meter, set the rig LED, and we've got nothing else there. So what we're going to have to do is create one. So we can send cat. Let's create a function. So it wants to be from here. So update the frequency, set the frequency. So if we use them as examples, right, we'll just create. So we've got one called update mode, haven't we? I'm sure we have. Let's have a look here. So the mode, here it is. No, that's the meter. Here's the mode. Update rig mode. So we've got one called update rig mode. So go to the definition. That's going to update the rig mode, and you have to pass in the rig mode. Okay, so we could do that. Change rig mode. That can stay where it is. Right, so we want to copy that, and we're getting that from in there, so we need to do it from over here. So what we need is update the frequency, set the frequency, then we want update the rig mode. Right, so that's okay, but we've got to transmit that. We're not transmitting any of this yet. We are with those two. So it's found rig. How's it found rig mode? Update rig mode. Oh, it must be in this already. Is it in here? No. No, it's not. So why is it finding update rig mode? Shouldn't be finding that. Let's have a look. The rig mode does not exist. Right, so maybe it's error on this first, so we need to go main rig state dot mode. Hang on, it's all gone a bit wrong. Mode. Okay. Now I don't know how it's finding that. Right, it must have put that in at the top. It must have put a using in at the top. Yeah, it did look. Okay, we can do it that way then. Right, so update rig mode, but as soon as the radio puts the rig mode back, so it's not actually sending. That is the one, so we need to send the command to change the rig mode. This is to update the UI rig mode, because when somebody changes it on the radio, so we're updating the mode. So what we want to do now is set the rig mode. So how many times let's see how many occurrences of this we got. Find all references. So we've got one there and we've got one here, so we could just change the name of it. So we go to definition, update, UI rig mode. So it's, yeah, update, let's call it the UI rig mode. Just so we know. Right, so we need to set rig mode. Update the frequency, set the frequency. We need one called. So if we go to set the frequency, and that's okay, we'll copy that. We'll call it set mode. And this is going to have to be right, so let's go back to this one a minute, find out what this value is. It's a byte. Alright, set mode, byte, mode, rig mode. There we go. So rig mode, we don't need hertz, we're not doing hertz, but the string command would be so we've got to send the cat command out now. That send the command, so it's nothing to do with this anymore. So let's have a look. Didn't we have one get mode? I'm sure we had one called set mode, which we never ever used. No, it must be at the top somewhere. Get mode, request, set mode. There we go. Oh, no, that's the one I just made. Alright, it's a little function with nobody using it. No, it's not up there. Right, okay, so maybe, I don't know where it is. Change mode, so we've got everything we want, but we haven't got the set mode. Hang on a second. Right, we're back again. Right, so let's get this rig mode going. We haven't actually never done a set rig mode yet. So we could just, I'll tell you what. Let's go back down to the set rig mode. Wherever it is. Find it somewhere. Set mode. Set frequency, so we're gonna, I'll pass this into could you change this function to take a byte as an argument called rig mode, and change the cat command to set the mode. Let's hope it understands what I'm talking about. There's a byte. Right, send cat serial port command MD rig mode. Okay. It's not quite what I had in mind, but yeah, that might work, might not. We'll have to look at the data sheet. Hang on. So it's MD, so let's find MD down here. MD operating mode. Here it is. So we've got, these should all be mapped out, so they're set road. It's expecting the first byte to be a 0, the second byte to be the mode, and that'll be in hex. It's in hex. Right, okay. So it'll need A, B, C, yeah. Okay. So fair enough. So we could actually let's ask it to could you do it with YAESU FT-891 cat command PDF as byte 3 should be a 0 character, and byte 4 should be a hex value. Well, it's not, as in 0 to 9, no, 0 to F. See what if it can do anything with that load of rubbish. Right. Right, set mode. Oh, it's done it stupid. It's done it okay here. Yeah. If you're mapping from own app modes, it make much cleaner. Right. Can you do as you suggest? Probably doesn't have a clue what I'm talking about. I've already got that enum. Oh, I just need a character. It needs to be done as characters. Sorry. Needs to be done as characters. Right. Still doing it the same way. That I need to send as a character. Right. Cat mode. X. No, it's got it wrong. Oh dear. You've got it wrong again. So as a string set mode command hex character. Okay, whatever. Let's try it. Let's try anything once. Right. So set mode. Okay. Byte. Rig mode. Mode value. Yeah. Okay, let's give it a go. Right, let's give it a go. Let's see what happens. It's down here. So we update the UI. Then we set that with the same mode as that. It doesn't know where set mode is. Okay, so will it work or won't it? Let's see. Let's see. So as soon as I swap it, it's gonna only write out the main one. So AM should become up there and this frequency go there. Oh, there we go. It worked. Now FM should go up there and that frequency there. Yeah. And I can turn the squelch down. Yeah. So very good ChatGPT. Thank you very much. So now the only thing we're not swapping is VFO A, B. So it needs to know which one is A and B. So we're not swapping that. So it's automatic. When it's AM, the rig changes it to 40 watt. So we're on 100 watt. So what we haven't done yet is alter that to that. That says it's 5 watt, but it's not reading back the wattage. It's not actually reading it. And that's reading back 40 watt because it's not reading back 40 watt at all. It's just that memory for VFO A and B contains actually doesn't contain anything for 40 watt. Oh, it's the radio limiting it, because as soon as you select AM, the maximum it can give you is 40 watt on AM. And even though if I go into power level on here, if I just go into it, we're on 5 watts for AM. So that is weird, isn't it? Oh, AM power 40 watt. No, you're right. Yeah, that's right. SSB is 5 watt and FM is 5 watt and digital modes are 5 watt. Anyway, so I don't know if we've done anything. So it's sent the command, but what we've got to do is also change VFO, come out of that. So it'd be nice if we could see. I'm swapping that there. The radio's changing the main. The sub isn't changing. So what we've got to do is write the command to change sub. So what we need to do is this is for main. We need to do the same again for sub. Alright, so we need to make that sub. Now the problem is it's going to go and change main here, so we need to update the function. Let's just change all these. We'll add a little bit to the function. And this one over here. Some sub, right, okay. So now the only problem is that's updating the main and not, so update frequency. These are UI, that's a UI thing. What's this doing? Set the mode. Hang on, let's space this apart. So this is, let's call it the main and sub. Right. Okay. So we've got, now it's doing main. So we need to change that to sub. Miniature display. Doesn't matter about that. Actually, yeah, we're gonna have to sort that out. So that's gonna have to be sub. And miniature display, right, sub. So sub. Now these are going to try and update main. Yeah, it's doing main, so we've got to pass in. Now we don't want to dial it when we're updating sub. So what we want to do is update sub frequency. So be sub miniature. Well, we don't really want to do that, but okay. So the last current frequency. No, we don't care about that. We don't want to spin the dial, so we can get rid of that. We're not spinning the dial for sub, we're just sending it to the radio. So we don't need that either. And miniature display, I don't think we need that. Update sub frequency, no, we don't need it. So we just need to update the sub frequency with the frequency. Right, and now we need to do set frequency. So we need to do set the sub frequency. And instead of doing FA, we have to do FB. I think I've read that already. Send cat serial port command set sub frequency. So we've got those two there now. And right, so we've got that there. Let's go back here. So we've got, right, update sub frequency, set sub frequency, update UI rig mode. So what's that going to change? Let's have a look at that one. Right, miniature, that's just the main one. Or is it rig mode, border? So it's whatever we pass into it, basically. Yeah, label, rig mode, right, so it's whatever we pass into it. Okay, so we're passing into it sub label, miniature, that one's, yeah, we already changed that, that's fine. Right, set mode. Let's have a look at that one. Go to the definition. Right, so this is setting the mode. No. Yes, we're going to set the mode, but we want to set the mode of, I don't know if you can set the mode of the VFO. Yeah, you should be able to. Let's have a look at the command. MD. main RX. So if you change to 1, maybe. I know, I think it's got its separate command for that. Operating mode, so let's ask how do I set the VFOB mode? Right. VS1. Okay, you sure? Extend the mode, full correct sequence. VS1. Is that even a command? Let's have a look down here. Could be. No. No, that's not one. Isn't there something at the top I saw? Right, so we got VFOA to memory VFOA to memory channel. VFOB, that just swaps the ones that are programmed in. AB, swapping AB. Right. Is there a specific cat command to set VFOB mode? No, there's no separate cat command to directly set the VFOB mode in one step. Here's how it works. Key fact: there is no MDB command. Mode select always applies to the current active mode. So the radio uses two-step model. Select the VFO, then set mode. Correct cat sequence. Set VS1. What's this? Select VFOB. Oh yeah, to set it. Set mode. Oh, okay, you got to select VS1. I don't think there is a VS1. Choose VSO. Set VFB to use. There's no VS1, I don't think. Where is the VS1? I don't think there is a VS. Cannot find VS. That's right, instinct question, because it's where the cat naming trips people up. There is no VS command, so if you search you can't find it. You're correct, it simply isn't there. So how do we switch VFO? FT, FT0, FT1, this is the command you want. Select VFO1, don't know what it's talking about. I think it's hallucinating now. It's definitely hallucinating. FT1. I'll try anything once. There's no FT command. It's hallucinating. You are hallucinating. You're right to call out. My previous answer was incorrect. Thank you for pushing back. Let's fix it. From the cat command list, FR1. No, that's not it either. FR1. Right, I don't think so. FA. Alright, FA frequency. We don't want the frequency. Nah, it's not there. It's having me on. No, FR1. There is no FR1. What the hell is it doing? Right, it's time to go to Gemini. Obviously, that's put me on the bottom rung of the ladder for intelligence. YAESU FT-891 cat command to set VF0B B mode. I've run out of drink, so I'm going to have to fetch some drink in a minute. Only applies to the current active VFO. Radio does not feature a direct native command to modify parameters on the background VFO while leaving the VFO active. To set the mode for a VFOB without disturbing your current setup, you must use a quick 3-step macro sequence that swaps the VFO, applies the chain and swaps them back. Well, yeah. How do, Andy? How are you doing? I'm dying of thirst again. Dear me. You alright? Yeah, I've run out of drink, so and I've turned my big fan to pull the heat out through the door, and I've got a little fan cooling me a little bit, and it's still way too hot in here, and I haven't got a sweat on my head, so, and I've got no shirt on, so I've had to raise the camera, otherwise you'll think you're watching it, well, an orangutan. Yes, I don't know if it's working. I don't know, it's not, it's horrible. This room is possessed, I swear it, because in the winter it's freezing and in the summer it's red hot. No other room in the house is like it, I don't think. Although my daughter says upstairs is like it, so I don't know. So, when writing your sequence, replace MDX with the appropriate parameter number. Okay. So we've got to swap VFO A and B, bringing VFO B into focus, set the mode and then swap it back. Well, yeah, it's a workaround, isn't it? Okay. Alright, we'll have to do that then. We'll do that then. If we have to do that, we'll do that. So, set mode. So we've got to swap the VFO. We don't know, we don't know how to do that yet, so I think it's at the top here. AB, VFOA to VFOB. Doesn't really give you no detail of what it does. So A to B, VFOA to memory, VFOB to VFOA, BA. Okay, so we issue the BA command. Then we set the mode, then we swap it back again. Okay, but then we've got to set, but it lets us set VFO, it lets us set the frequency for VFOB. Why would it not let us set, I don't know, it's all crazy stuff, isn't it, really? Right, okay, so let's get back over to here. So we want to we need to issue a VFO command. I'm going to have to take a small break and go and get a top up, so I'll be back in a minute. I've got to take a short break, sorry. Alright, oh dear, that was a nightmare. Whew. The rest of the house is cool, it's just this room. I don't know what's going on. Is the fan any better, or is it just moving warm air around? I don't know. Oh dear. Never mind, I just took myself some more shandy. Excuse me. Right. So we're gonna have to do set up. So we wanna. I don't know. Do we even need to do this? But anyway. So we go update the sub frequency. That's the display. Yeah. Then we set the mode. So we've got to swap VFO. Crikey. Anyway, let's just run this up. It's a pain, isn't it, the way they do it? I'm sure you can set the frequency. It may be great if you had to do that for everything. But then they give you, I'm sure they gave you, hang on, I'm sure you could, yeah, rig RA, I'm sure it is. RA. No, that's not it. RF, sorry, RF. Where's RF? Can't see it. Read meter, radio status. RD, I don't see it. It's not there. I want to get onto some clever stuff. Oh, FA and FB. So, FA, set frequency of, doesn't tell you no description. What's going on with, why are they not filling in this? What's the matter with these people? They make a document, they haven't filled it in. FA and a frequency, so an FB. Oh, frequency VFO, frequency. So you let you do the frequency, but not the mode. That's stupid, isn't it? Why not do the mode as well? Must be a reason they don't do the mode. Don't know. Don't know what the reason is, but it seems a bit mad to me. So we can set the frequency, but we can't set the mode without swapping. So we've got to do clever jiggery pokery to get it to work. Right, so we've switched that. We've changed frequency, and we're on FM twice. Well, not really though. Now we're on AM, FM. What is going on? Right, so the wattage is changing, right? I don't know. So we need we can swap main. So we've changed main, and then we need to swap it. Set mode, so we haven't swapped it. We need a command to swap it. So we need to not just set mode. So to set the sub frequency. So set the So that's the new set mode. Right, so we've now got a set mode, that's good. And we can do it for the main frequency. So we've got to do a reverse, something to reverse swap VFO and B. So we need a little a routine here that swap swap VFO problem is if it's VFO it actually shows it swaps VFO and main. I need to swap sub. Right, I'm going to call it main swap. I just need to swap them, doesn't it? Swap the VFO. I thought we'd already done that. No, we're doing it on the screen. We haven't done it on the radio yet. So we want to swap VFO. No, swap sub with main. So if we swap, yeah, so we need a command to swap out. We're trying to do it in software and on the rig. It's difficult because I'm trying to reflect what's in there. So you sort of got two lots of VFO A and B, one on the software and one in the rig. So don't know. Anyway, so we're going to swap. We need to swap. We need to bring sub into that. Swap sub with main. Swap sub with main. So you don't need a rig mode on that, you just need to swap it. So we need to give it a cat command, and the cat command to swap sub with main, you don't need all this. So yeah, literally delete all that. Actually, delete all that there. And there's your feedback. So we need to issue it a set cat command. So the cat command for swap. Right, so it's up here. VFO-A to VFO-B. No, we want this one. AM. VFO-A. No, that's not it. This one, BA. So BA is VFO-B to VFO-A. Right, so BA, and that's all we want to do. So we need to issue a BA. And that's that already. That's it. Okay, so send that out, and that's it. Right, why is that? Why is it expected a pro? Yeah, okay. Still doing it. No, it's lying. Does not. What's the matter with that? I don't get it. Should be alright. Yeah, it's fine. There's a lag in it. Right. So swap. So that should be an easy command to do. So we'll go back over here and so sub. So first we've got to swap. I can update the frequency, set the sub frequency. Yeah, and then we swap it, then swap it back. So we'll swap it first. Something's happening here, isn't it? Why is that? What's it doing? There's a big lag in what's going on here. IntelliJ. Oh, it wants to do an update. Postpone. Stop it. How many updates you want to do? So we're going to swap sub with main. Right. Of course we're going to need the opposite one. Swap main with sub. Swap sub with main. I don't know. So actually that's not the right one. Swap sub with main. Yeah, that's what that is. No. Swap main with sub, sorry. I don't know. Right. VFOB to VFO, so swap sub with main. Swap sub with main. Swap main with sub. So the command to swap VFOA to VFAB. So we swap these two, A and B. Okay. So then we just got to go down here. So once we've set swap sub with main, we can update the frequency, do that, update the main window UI, set mode, yeah, that's right, and then we need to swap it back again. So we need to swap it back again, swap it back again. Is that all we need to do? I have no idea. Let's see what happens. Probably won't be able to see anything, it'll do it so quick you won't see anything, but yeah, let's try it. So we're on AM here and we're on FM up there. Those are the default values in the software, although no, that's bringing in FM from there. So if I do AB, right, we've put FM into both, so we'll go back again, AM into both, FM into both. So something's not right somewhere. Alright, it's the wrong mode. Oh god. It sounds Finnish.
Only the plus 9 degrees and the maximum afternoon was only plus 14 degrees and it's windy. Today was overcast and
at least the meter's working, right?
Okay, but hopefully next weekend is more warmer. Okay, Mike, and running the same setup as before. ICOM 7610 with the solid state amplifier, peak power 1.5K and the simple wire loop antenna. Mike, over.
Anyway, we're coming up to the 3-hour mark. So I'm going to do some off-screen in a bit, or tomorrow. What I'll have to do is I'll have to do a bit off-screen and then do a bit on-screen. I don't know what to do.
Okay, yes, okay, you old radio was very fine, a nice audio.
Let's see if we can find some Morse code. I'll have to turn off something though.
Also same old radio. I'm running new generation radios here because
let's try and find some code. I tell you what, let's not search for it. Let's just go for it. Oh, that's a nice sound. Oh, it's not flashing the blue. Oh, we're in USB. Hang on. Let's put it in CW. I lost it now. Sounds so good until you tune to it. Fast, isn't it? That's taking a piss, isn't it? That's fast, that is. seems to work unless they're strong. See if there's anyone on 7 meters. It's gone. As soon as you tune in, it goes. I can never find any good. We're not finding anything. Let's turn it off. Right. Let's have a scan. There's a bit of activity. That's got to be moved over out of the way. All it's got to be colour's got to be done on this.
Glad you got the help there from the fellow hands here in Europe. See you later. To Europe, you 5-9 coming from Japan, QSL?
Japan.
Bravo Whiskey. Bravo Whiskey. Roger Nicholas.
Right. Okay.
CQ-20 Echo Alpha Bravo Sierra. CQ-20 Echo Alpha Bravo Sierra. Echo America Bravo Sierra. CQ-20. Mexico Zero Yankee Delta Romeo, you 59. Thank you very much, reach for 59 plus 10, your real signal 5975, ¿no es cierto? Repite, Hueso. Приветствую. Громко тоже принимать. Okay, G7, congratulations for me.
Nothing there.
Echo 9, Charlie Foxtrot. Okay, Victor 8, Canada. 59 flat.
Okay.
If you would now. Shukran, Master. Good luck. Equal for 1, post to reach Tulu. Again.
Anyway, that's going to be it for tonight. So, did we actually do anything? Let's have a look. VFO memory. VFO to map. No, we didn't do any of that. No, we're still messing with the mode, so that didn't happen. So, we've got a lot of work to do on this, just to get the basic functions going.
Yeah, thank you very much. 59 plus 2 in Dubai. QSL. Thank you very much. Good luck here if you are there.
We've got so much work to do. I need to knock that function out of that list, because we get it on there, so I don't need to cycle through to it. I need to sort this screen out, change the colours, move this, sort out the smaller screen, unless we have, move all this down and have the main one. I'll tell you what, if we're going to make it like the FT-710, we could just level it off there and put, oh, we've got, the function comes up anyway and back again. We've got to have the simulated waterfall here, and then the waterfall buttons. So we might as well scrap that and just bring that down and have the original one there. Save us trying to maintain two different ones. You still might want to swap from A to B. That would simplify things a bit. Yeah, let's just keep this like this. I could do with bunching that up a bit. Maybe put that higher and put these up there, level with that. But then so this VFO A and B is confusing. It'd be better if it was sub and main, I think. But anyway, so I've got sub and main.
Eco America 1, Florida Extra India Zulu, Jose 59 plus. Roger, 59 for you, 73. Bye-bye, good luck.
Right, so,
Okay, Eco India,
so if I can finish it off here, the line. So move that up.
Sorry, Eco India 6.
And then we've got all this space for waterfall,
Eco Bravo,
simulated waterfall,
20 dear,
and CW. So all we need to is to tab change the bottom off. So this can be lowered. Keep the main display on.
Before you go, let me repeat your call sign and maybe
That doesn't need to come on because we've got it on there. This can just be brought in.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
Yes, I think that's the way to go.
India Uniform 2, Italy United.
Yeah, so what I'll do is scrap.
Roger, 59 plus 20.
I'll scrap all this. Do we still need a signal strength? If we've got a meter.
Queen Victor.
Yeah, we still probably need that to keep that one, maybe.
Queen Victor. Okay.
But it could just as well be here, underneath here.
Victor Tom, you're 59.
Or, no, it could be under there. Bunch that right up to there and have the signal strength.
Yeah, Roger, you're 20 over 9, QSL.
I don't know. We've got that one. Do we need a signal strength? Probably not.
Good luck, Tom.
Probably don't need a signal strength. So we'll get rid of all that lot. Not that lot, this lot here. And then just have a window here. And that can be its own little sub. So you've got each tab has got its buttons, extra buttons here. So when we tab, so when we're switching out from the main, you get the waterfall. But then you can switch to CW, settings, well not settings, that's settings. So we have this, anything below here is tab based. So we'd have to fetch that out, we'd have to start the tab control down here. And this always persists no matter what. That would be better. So I don't see the point of having it twice here, it's just causing more trouble. Right, let's get rid of it then. Let's do it, just get rid of it.
Thank you very much. 59 plus, QSL.
Right, so let's get rid of it. So we want to put, first we want to put these controls back into the main. Nothing to do with the tab canvas. So there's the main. Alright, so we're going to bring that out of here.
Okay, very weak. Sorry, if you want that. Okay, station only kilo 2. Who's the kilo 2?
Right, so all that's going to come out.
Sorry, who's kilo 2? Sorry.
And we're going to put that
Nobody, QRZ?
at the top. Right at the very top. So we've got rig canvas. Then we've got selection knob. Right, okay. So we'll go past the canvases. All past there. Yeah. Past the rig canvases. Past the finger indent. and then the buttons, past the buttons, all the buttons, and then you've got A and B buttons, labels, so past all the buttons. Right, so just in front of the tab control here. Right, so we've messed up a bit, but we've got to bring that back over. So we need to change that for the canvas. Right, so it's that one there. Push that back where it is. So that's fine. Okay. What's that there? Oh, that is. So we need. That's the background canvas, so that's fine. And we change the tab. The sub miniatures. Right, so we get to the. Now above there we've got all the miniature stuff. Here. So the only one I want to keep is the power meter. And I think I kept that anyway. I did, didn't I? Hang on. I kept that anyway. Main frequency. And we've got the bar graphed meter canvas. Default bar graph, yeah, so that is already there. So that's hidden. So we can bring that out after. So we'll leave that where it is. So we'll get rid of all these little ones. Got clarifier button label. So miniature display. Get rid of the miniature display altogether. Don't need a miniature display.
لا بسيط انا عندي 1000 ربيع تقريبا نفس الفكره بس المهم اذا خلصت ديك تصور التراك خلي لي شلون داخل هذا الموتور مالك.
Delete.
وعندي ما شاء الله بعد قلت انا ما دفتر في الفا 6 راديو.
Right, so that's come out of there as well. Save that. Let's just run it. How it's gonna. Let's build it. It's gonna not like the fact that we've deleted them, so it's gonna point to them. Right, so that can just be taken off. So can that. It'll be easy to get rid of it.
عندك خبره ونضاف الى رصيدك مثل ما يقولون فان شاء الله ما يصير شيء واذا صار شيء ما شاء الله انت عارف يعني اوفر. لا ما معروفه الشيء معروفه طال عمرك. وثاني شيء ما شوف ما دام هو الاختبار اذا ما بخربانات اللي هو الكوبر ماله اوكي السيجنال ماله التوب يضرب ما شاء الله. لكن اذا في خراب يبهدل.
Miniatures display. We don't have that anymore.
انا والله عندي هذا.
Go to the definition.
استخدمها حق ال10 و17 12 15 بس حاليا لا قاعد استخدم الخمسه المنت. حبيبي يا سالم اخليك تستمتع بوقتك وخلي لك العفو والعافيه. اشوف الكنديشن ما شاء الله فاتح عندك فخليك تستمتع حبيبي. زين سمعنا صوتك الله يحفظك. الفا 6 الفا سيارة 9 كيلو 2 كيلو واط. الله يعطيك العافيه لكن في شيء ممكن تسلم. الله يخليك. الايطاليين شو الحل وياهم؟ ما لهم حل ما لهم حل الله يا ريال. الحين اوكي يقول لك واحد انا اتكلم اوكي وصلني فوق ال20 يقول انا والله على 100 واط ولا على 50 واط شو اقول له؟ لا عندي خير انا والله ايش اقول لك يكفوني وهذا اساس عندي بناء والله قبل لا تطلع واحد طلع لي يا اخي انا يعني صار لي تقريبا نص ساعه اوكي اعمل دي اكسنج طلع لي قبل 10 دقائق والله قال لي اوكيبايد. الحين انت تقول لي اوكيبايد وانا مصطد على التردد. الله يعينك استمتع يا معلم استمتع ما لي شغل فيه. لا ما احنا نسمي بالفاوخ يعني اوكي تسمعي لكن ما نسوي السالفه. عموما كنا في محطه ما ادري من الخليج شوفها تعال موقف. وين عترده؟ ايوه تفضل. تفضل. ما اسمع مسلم. يقول الفا 61 شارلي. الفا 61 شارلي؟ محمد شارلي كيلو سالم حياك الله. يمكن سالم ما يسمعك اخوي محمد الله يعطيك الصحه والعافيه وعيدك مبارك. الله يبارك فيك يعطيك العافيه. الله يسلمك 9 كيلو 2 كيلو اوسكار وصاحب التردد الفا 61 الفا سيارة سالم ما ادري اذا تسمعها ولا لا. اوفر. لا والله سلم لي عليه يا اخوي ما اسمع طال عمرك ما تشويش عندي او ما اسمع ما في اعطيني بروباجيشن. محمد تسمع سالم؟ كيلو اوسكار. الرجل عموما محمد ساعدنا بالكول قاعد اشوف في كونتاكت قديم 2017 و2025 وساعدينا نسمع صوتك السنه. حبيبي خليك وهذه تردد سالم طالع ديك قلنا نسلم عليه ونعايد عليه وما شاء الله فرصه سعيده ان سمعناك بعد. شكرا يا محمد وسالم تحياتي لك حبيبي الله يحفظك ان شاء الله انجوي. الله يعطيك العافيه سلم لي على محمد سامحني والله ما اسمع يا اخوي. ان شاء الله هذا سالم الف سياره يسلم عليك محمد. اوفر. الفا 61 الفا سياره.
Right, let's see.
يا حبيبي. اوكي محمد حبيبي تحياتي لك.
I believe it's turned the fan off, it's gone cold.
بشوف لي تردد. تحياتي لك. اشكرك يا مسلم.
Cold, but
وانت بخير يا اخوي. وانت بخير وصحه وسلامه.
maybe it was blowing heat on me. Right, so I've got just the one screen, so I can bring them in. We've obviously got to lower them now. We don't need that. And we've got this Morse code. Got the test back to the main, and we can do that. So we need to disappear that one while we do this. Okay, so let's do that now. So default canvas. So we need to go when we press the button. Which button is it? Function button. Right, here it is.
Alpha 61 Alpha Sierra, QSN, Victor Alpha number 2 Papa Radio, Victor America, Victor Alpha 2 Papa Radio, Victoria America 2 Papa Radio. Yeah, Roger, Victor America 2 Papa Radio. Thank you very much. 5 and 9 plus in Dubai. QSL? Yeah, you're picking 20 over 9 in Montreal. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good luck. Good day, dear. Bye-bye. E70 Tango. Okay, Tango, go ahead. Yeah, Echo 70 Tango, just say hello and good morning, 15911. Yeah, Roger, okay, you're 20 over 9. I will repeat, Echo 70 Tango. Echo 70 Tango, number 0 Tokyo. Okay, sorry, okay, can you give me again?
Okay.
Yeah, Ecuador 70 Tango, Echo 70 Tango. Yeah, Roger, okay. Echo
So really the function doesn't need to go inside.
25 over 9, QSL?
It's still there. Got the wrong logic.
Thank you very much. Good evening to you. Good luck. QSA. India Victor Kilo. India Victor Kilo.
That's better.
Okay, Alpha 4 again.
Press that one, so it needs to be lowered.
Italy Victor Kilo. Sorry,
So we'll have buttons down here.
You 5 to 9 Dubai. Yourself?
So we can lower that one down.
Thank you very much.
That's
Good luck.
nothing there.
Eco America, Eco Alpha.
So that's got to come out. We don't want that there.
Eco America 3 Japan.
So that just needs to come out of the tab control, doesn't it? Right, we need to take that out of the tab control. Take the function menu straight out.
Thank you, good luck.
Yeah.
Sierra Papa 5.
Right, functions.
Sierra Papa 5, Oscar Lima 5.
Take this out, straight out of there.
Thank you, good luck.
There's lots of stuff here. Okay, go back up to default canvas. So we'll have the default canvas, and we could really put that anywhere. Yeah, we could put it under here. Right, so we just need to copy that into this one. We could collapse that really out the way. Right. Okay. So we will make this invisible. Hidden. Right. So okay, what does that do for us? Let's have a look. Right, yeah, so we click that, we got that, click it again, we got that. So, if we click this on, right, so while we've got that on, we shouldn't be doing that. Yeah. So you need to close that before. Yeah. Okay, so then we can cycle through. That's better. Makes more sense. So, so while we're in function menu, we can't do a. While we're in this, we don't do. Well, we can make it so it just comes out of it if it's on. So no, that's the one to press. So you can't come out until you've, yeah. So we want to find main, so we want, right, so if we function menu, visibility is visible. Right, that's all we need to do. So we click on that one, go to the mouse down. Right, I'll just do a quick thing here. If visibility equals visibility visible, return. That's it, I'll just come out of that, do nothing. Adam, KD5EF, welcome, how are you doing? Don't think I've seen you before, maybe I have, so if I haven't. Welcome to the live stream at Adam. Try and welcome everyone aboard. It looks interesting. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Let's just turn this fan off. So if you... Yeah, no problem. So if you... I don't know if you've got a YAESU 891, but if you have, it's worth a go. Basically, we're just writing C# Windows Presentation Foundation using the .NET framework, or the framework 4.8, an old one at the minute in Windows development, but it's a software front end to an actual radio. So we're just trying to tidy it up a bit now. So we're trying to emulate an FT-710, which I've got here, the menu structure at least. You know, where you can. Oh, I've actually stopped my click working now, haven't I? Right, I've stopped my click working by making it return. Right, so what we need to do is move this function, or remove that. Sorry, I was just trying to stop it doing that, but we need to do the animation of the button, but we need to go to the definition and what are we doing here? Changing the mode, the main. So we need to. So if your transceiver mode is main, station, function menu. Right. So we're no longer having a function menu. So we've got to check. We are, but we're not. It's not part of the tab control. So basically, making an open source software, free bit of software for anyone who wants to use it on their radio. I'm making it because I've got one, and I want to run my laptop. Just it plugs in via a USB off your PC to the back of your radio, using what they call CAT control. Computer aided transceiver, is it? Something like that. So I'm using as a data sheet that they supply, computer aided transceiver for a certain rig. They do it for other radios as well. Some commands are common throughout the radios, I believe. There's various commands which you can characters, you send it through a serial port, and you can ask it for stuff and set stuff and different things. So yeah, so you know, built in, got a lot of ideas for it. We're going to do a simulated waterfall here. I've just got to move all this, probably bunch that up there. I've just got to yeah, so this information is for the main channel, and you got your sub, which is this one. So you can do stuff like this. I don't think this is working yet. Swap. It's not actually working at the minute. Not fully working. So we've got to implement some more commands. We're halfway doing some halfway through putting some commands in. So we can press the F button and I've got to shrink that and change the colours so I can do a scan. So it's sending commands back and forth like nobody's tomorrow, you know, everyone. And you can, when it's finished scanning, you can just choose some of these that it's found, add them to this list. I've got to bunch this down and tidy it up now. So you can stop it anytime you want and just have it. When you found someone, you can add them to this list. Now we've found a high. It's searching for signal strength, so it's actually missed the channel we want. So we need to be able to tune back, and then double click that, or send that actual frequency back into overwrite the one that's not there, or tune it and then just add it into this list. Yeah, basically. So I need the ability to add the one that's there into this list as well as clicking that. So at the minute if you click that, it sends it from this list to that list. We need to be able to send it from anywhere. So we've got to sort that out. But once you've got them in here, you can just click on them and listen to them. So then we get rid of that one and we go to, that's just a test screen. CW decoder. So in order to get, we could try it, go down. Let's just find some CW. You've got to get a strong signal here. I'm trying to decode the signal now. I'm just picking it up through the microphone. It'll do it off YouTube without the noise, but some of the noisy. But we're in USB, we're not actually in CW. So let's change to CW. I don't actually know what frequency is on. Stop transmitting. Shame. What you need is someone sending some CW who are close as a test. And that's just dropping back into the background, it's picking my voice up. What if I turn the volume up? Ah, stopped. Oh, saw some CQ then. So I don't know if I'm on the right frequency. doesn't like having the narrow band put on. Did it all, oh, did it? Did it all, oh. Oh, it's fading away. Shame. Did it all, or did it? I'm sure it was taking some CQs earlier. I don't know if it likes the narrow band. It seems to have gone. Lost it. A strong signal. Very fast. Stopped. So it's repeating LZ3ND. So is that a call sign? Who knows? Let's have a look. Right. Nicolay. Oh. LZ3ND. She's got it there. There. Stop there. Stop taking it now. Anyway, seem to strip something out of it. I see a CQs in there. Yeah, I see some CQs in there. So what we need to do now is probably move these down, move these up, jumble that up a bit. So we've got a clear line here. Push that up. And we've got a rogue, fast, slow thing there that actually does work. If it's on fast, it updates that one. If I go slow, it updates. Is it working anymore? Yeah, it is working. So it moves this. What I'd rather have it is move that one. So it's moving that digit, then we click that and it's moving that next digit. So, but you could have colour coded fast, so it starts moving, you know, you go like the resistor colour code, whatever, and it starts altering different digits. Or you could just click in and type it, maybe, yeah. Anyway, I think that's going to be it for today. I'm getting tired now. I've gone for 4 hours. I haven't done much programming, so anyway, we didn't get to do the VFO memory button, so that's really wrong. Oh yeah, never mind. Okay, back to that. Right, so that is going to be it. I'll just save what we got so far. We'll have to work on this again. So really the thumbnails should say just more works continuing the idea. Anyway, have a good night and I'll leave you in peace. Bye for now.
Just find the right place in the program, make the appropriate change, and we'll run the whole thing again.
Speech is still very complicated. Music is simpler. Is that a question?
Yes.
The question is futile.
My interpretation of the data leaves little room for error. The art of leadership is delegation.
That information is not available. This constitutes all available data.
You know what they say. No good deed goes unpunished.